sounds amazing. Can I see some of that?
Yeah, I can show you. But that's not how it works.
Okay, didn't really happen. Oh, I know what you want. I've got one of these for the cure.
quarterback. You know how much I talk about being able to change direction while still.
Huff passes out of the double. Extra pass. Morant drives, got by Richards, hangs, and banks it in. Somehow, otherworldly athleticism from John Morant to give the Grizzlies the lead.
Box out underneath. Here's Morant again. The ability to adjust, but it's the hang time. Paint on the left side.
which way we came, we can make it back within a week. A week. It took us 6 months to get here. We got over 100 kids here now. We can't just hang out here forever after what we just pulled. You want to wander off to some random point in the map? You don't even know what's there.
I do. It's been a few years, but I've been there. The last city. That's what we can call it. It was our whole base of operations. If that city is still standing, that's the last place you want to go, Emma. That's the lion's den.
I can't believe no one in this family wants to sing. Archviz, yeah.
How dare you?
Damn, that's a lot. 63? I mean, 63, 30. My dyslexia kicking in. 36, that's still a lot. What's the name of that pack? I need that. I got a Destruction Derby 2 project that I could use something like that on, where I need to fill some bleachers with a crowd. But I don't want to touch metahumans yet. I don't want to touch NPCs, characters. I'm just using third person, first person character. But eventually I need a variety of NPCs that I can switch between, like kind of decent quality and very low quality, because most of them will be seen from a distance in a crowd. I know I can replicate the Matrix Awakens demo NPCs, which aren't bad. I don't like the lack of variety they have. It's like everybody's not trying to be all inclusive with a lot of stuff. So many of the packs that I have seen that are like easy to obtain, it's like you gotta have a generic white dude, a kinda chubby black girl that's probably a lesbian. Like, the way that they build these characters is a little weird to me. But I do want to find a good pack, and 36 NPCs sounds like a pretty good asset to have. Although I have a lot of static humans, I'm gonna be working on some projects here soon where I'm gonna need some NPCs, but I don't want them to look like so 2025. I just downloaded EA Skate to play with my son, and like the 5 characters they have on there it's just like woke. They're so generic white guy, generic Asian dude, generic black dude, modern white girl, and chubby black chick, again, who looks like a lesbian. Yeah, I'm throwing shade at EA. Hella shade. But it looked like they took their characters, their NPCs, directly from the book of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mayhem movie. I need some characters that look very realistic, though. Super proud of this. I'm not even trying, like, this isn't a skateboarding game. This isn't really meant to be a game. But the physics that I've included, that I built this from scratch. did a lot of research, of course, but the physics are impressive.
Dude, wait, I'm the Lorax, guardian of the forest.
See if I can catch up to it. I wonder if I'm making this thing heavier or not. Multiply the mass. Set up to do a nollie, what is this? Nollie heel flip. Oh, that's so badass. Let me control Alt S. How you gonna put your foot down? Oh, I guess his foot isn't down. Can I still control with? Can I grab controls? Attached to player controller. Oh, no, not really. What? Okay. Alt S? No. Homie is so yo, this is hilarious. Oh. Ah, what is this? It's funny how they make the first person character camera and pawn. It's like all the technology y'all have and you still have to fake stuff. Why couldn't y'all just build it in to where the camera's just attached to the player's head? Attach to player controller. Click here. Alt S again. Let me see if it's still there. That's so weird. Because the actual player controller doesn't move. The actual player head, I mean, doesn't move. I don't think. I think this additional mesh is what is rendered. Hell, I don't know. One of these can't be seen in the pawn's camera, but can be seen in reflections, I think. I'm pretty sure that's how that's set up. So the one that's moving and breathing is the actual pawn, and the one that's attached to it is there for reflections. So that was their way of fixing reflections, I think. And the only thing he does is moves his legs and spins his body, but he doesn't breathe. As you can see, this guy's breathing. I'm gonna go look in the mirror and see.
stump with all the lightning and thunder and stuff. You didn't see any of that?
Okay, yeah, it's the one that's breathing. So why have? So when I look down, I don't know. That's weird. So I think I'm controlling the one that's attached behind his head. Maybe. But the one that's breathing is the one that I see in reflections. See, as you can see here, you can't even see that one in the other one in the reflection. Like, not really. Oh no, bro. Okay, let's try to figure out this mechanic for switching furniture. I don't know whatever happened to this guy. Something's off. My boy looks naked. Man in robe. Albedo. No normal map. Specular quality is probably what's missing. Because ain't no way my dude should be that dark. I could have an idea of what it is. It's a blend on the edges, I think. So if I go here, scroll down, I have a master albedo, and there's supposed to be another albedo, and albedo 2. So where's that one at? That's a good question. Oh no, we didn't change it. Opacity, displacement, roughness, specular, ambient, metallic. It's ambient occlusion texture, that's what it is. There is no ambient occlusion on here. Gotcha. I think I enabled ambient occlusion by default. so I need to go check all my textures, materials. Oh boy, I'm about to start a major SketchUp project here soon. Actually kind of excited about it. For a good friend of mine, and I was really hoping that he'd be interested in doing an Unreal Engine iteration of his place. I've gotten to the point to where, like, every day I want to be inside of Unreal Engine. Pause. I want to be creating in Unreal Engine every single day something new. When I learn a new blueprint, when I test a new theory, when I add a new something to my project. Let's see. When I learn something new. Ooh, you know what I can do with this project right now instead of furniture switching? I am going to go into SketchUp. Oh, yeah. Way. Get rid of that guy. Thorn. Control Shift Save or Control Save. We do want to purge. And we're going to go into Zeppelin's room. We're going to call this Scots. Is it CE or SE? CE. I'm smart, but I don't know everything until I know it. I took some measurements for a sconce that I'm going to try to design. So let's get to it then. Alright, I think I want to go from the side. So 4 inches and 1/4. Let's push 1/4. Grab this line and move it 1/4. Okay, grab this line or top line. Move and duplicate 6 1/4. Then push to here. Fourth. Get rid of that. All right. I always forget something. Be right back. Oh. Give me just a second. Oh man. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. All right, here we go. So I'm about to design a sconce. I have pictures on my phone that I took today when I went into the hallway, walked past the thing. I was just like, all right, let's do this today. And this is one of the missing pieces that I will also set up in my blueprints so that I can expose it to the light switch by the stairs. All right, so let's take this. And I think I need a line first. I always like to have references, so little reference lines usually are very helpful. So move, can copy to here, delete. Oh, did I do it backwards? I did. All right, I need to do some research for just a second. All right, how much is this gonna cost me? Is it free? All right, so I don't need you to talk about it. What's up? SketchUp or YouTube, whatever the guy says. What's up? Start, end. I mean, that is pretty cool. Not gonna hold ya. Not gonna hold ya, partner. We gonna try it out. Let's see. We're gonna put this in this PC software. SketchUp and just drop her in there. And then we're gonna open it, I think, or maybe not. Extensions, warehouse manager, and install. Let's go to this PC, software, SketchUp, and Shapebender. I think extensions. Shapebender. Where they at? Where they at though? Where they at though? CFL Shapebender. Chris Fuller. All right. We'll look into this in just a moment. I need to look at my photo references. I tried to do a Google search of the thing and I couldn't find it. So we're just gonna have to go with what we got. All right, let's see here. One. I don't have good lighting. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Let's zoom in. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. We can probably wing it. 23. And just guess 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. We're going to say 32 ski. 32. 32 little circles. So I'm looking at the reference images I took for this thing. And maybe I could just send it to myself on Facebook. And pull it up on the screen. Let me find a better photo. Or a couple. So let's select this one and this one. And I'm going to copy those, go over to the book. Oh yeah, bruh. Yeah. See if I can find my own. There it is. Face. And paste. That way I can just pull them up here. So let's go to Messenger or just Facebook. And we're going to copy this image. I could bring it into SketchUp, but I don't really care to do that. And that is what we are creating. So without further ado, I group that. Okay, so it's about halfway there. You know what? We're just gonna take it like this. Yeah, we're gonna start there. 32. Probably don't need it that big, but whatever. It's all gravy. 16s. Up. Yes, sir. You got it. I'm on it. Okay, let's how do I want to handle this? 16th, let's move this whole thing up. There's an oval in there that's 5/16 wide and 1/32, or no, that's on half distance apart. I'm taking measurements right now, trying to figure out what's the best method to go here. Just want to make these measurements as accurate as possible. Oh, let's see. Those are half a distance, half a centimeter, so 5/16. Let's grab a circle. I'm gonna draw a line from here down. Draw a line out this way. Get us a reference line. Bring this out. What? 5/16. Right. This should be how wide our circle is. Or oval. Let's take this scale upwards. Michael Welty, what is good, my dude? We're gonna add some edges to this, so let's set this maybe. I can't do that yet. So instead of .24, let's see what 48 is going to get us. 48 segments, and then scale it. Yeah, doesn't need to be too high detailed. And then this needs to go in a quarter of an inch. Big on reference lines. It seems we can't actually change the segments. But that's okay. It's going to be super tiny anyways. And it's really like this oval shape. And it feels like it meshes into the design. So if that's the case, I should take this and group it and scale it to here. All right, I'll take it. That's fine. Another reference line. Let's move this from the center to here, or copy. And just draw a line here. Okay, so that's a good starting point. The only thing I need to do is move this over to here. And then draw another one vertically and figure out its separation distance. So yes, I almost feel like modeling in SolidWorks, modeling it in SolidWorks while you do it. Do it, please, Devin, do it. Join me. And the reason that I use SketchUp, I haven't used SolidWorks in a very long time. SketchUp is because it's easier for me to stay within the constraints of my measurements and get like accurate. Like I don't know, maybe I'm just overthinking it sometimes, but I have this level of confidence in knowing that when I put in a number, it's going to give me exactly what I put in, and then when I translate over to Unreal Engine, it'll be those exact dimensions. Because when I've transferred from other programs, things that I've extruded and modified the same way that SketchUp does, it doesn't always translate over to Unreal Engine the same way. So yeah, do it, please. I would love to see what you come up with. All right, so that is 1/16 of an inch thick. So let's grab a regular random ass line, just throw it up. All right, easy reference lines. So I can move this here. One of the things that my drafting teacher always told me is that there are 6 different ways to do everything. My way might not be the fastest or most efficient, but the end result is going to be exactly what I want, and that is where I put my money. So let's see, we now need to copy these lines over, as well as these two. But first I need to draw a regular line here. Let's just draw it up to here and then over. This needs to be 1/2 of an inch. All right, so what I do now is just move this whole thing, maybe minus these two. From here to here. And that gives me my array. Almost. Okay, perfect. Heck yeah, brother. Now let's move this again here. Wait a minute. Let's see what I did. I'm gonna grab all of this. And not that, or this. Or these. Okay, that's more like it. Now, times 30. Okay then. And I know there are plugins that can do all of what I just did, probably much faster. I'm okay with doing it this way for now. And if all my calculations are correct, as soon as I draw that last line in there, it should fill the whole shape. Yep, a million ways to do everything. That's why I love CAD. If you send me the image and the height and the width and depth, I'll draw it up. But I enjoy watching you do it your way too. Good stuff. Thank you. I'm actually just going to, you're on Facebook right now, so I am going to I'll open a new tab. What was that you sent me? How long ago was that? It's 1, 2, and I don't know if you'll be able to understand these measurements I just did. Those are my little measurements that I took. One of the measurements shows how far from the top of the stairs the sconce sits. So some of those you might be able to understand. And I know to a lot of my viewers, this part of the process is not exciting. I've been using SketchUp more than a decade. I don't know. I don't know. However long SketchUp has been out, I think I've been using it. And since I just recently built a new computer and gave my son my old computer, and I'm still in the process of transferring and organizing all my files and plugins, I haven't moved over all the plugins that I used to use that would do all of this for me. I just feel like it'd be a waste of your valuable time for me to spend. Like, I already started the stream. Had I thought about this yesterday or a few days ago, I would have probably found those plugins again and installed them, but I didn't know I was going to be doing this. So I don't want to spend the stream like trying to look for the plugin, install it, figure out how to use it again. Like, I'm just going to brute force model this by hand, and we're just going to make it happen. But the thing is, I want to do all of this live because when people look at my YouTube or Facebook, if Facebook doesn't delete all my live videos, or if they look at my Twitch, if any of the VODs are still up there, they'll come across a video of me doing an interior walkthrough of the space that's like photorealistic in Unreal Engine and wonder, oh my God, how did you do that? Wow, I wish I could do that. I would love to learn that. Hey, don't go to school. Don't go to some website. Go to my YouTube, and everything that I did in the live stream is literally on my, or everything that I did from the video that you saw is literally on my YouTube. It might be a 12-hour video. It might be a 4-hour video. It might be a 30-minute video. It might be a 2-minute video. But 90% of this whole Unreal Engine project, I streamed the making of it all. I think I did stream the making of the interior, all of it, mostly from start to finish. There might be a couple days where I just didn't start a live stream and started adding to the project. But 90% of everything I've done to get to the Unreal Engine project is like available for people to watch. Oh, you know what I'm missing? I'm missing the bottom of this. No biggie. So, I love sitting on live and just doing this whole thing, because when people find me and say that they get inspired and they want to do this one day, it's like, hey, I don't gatekeep. I don't hide my process. I don't pretend like I'm some guru. Everything about this is just math. All right, so let's grab this one. Move it down. And then let's move it over I want to say this has got to be 32, so X32. And let's go ahead and get this delete key going. My own IT guy? Why do you say that? I need my own IT guy? Who can? Oh, okay, that's a good point. Yeah, I do need a little protege running around here. Like when I set up my, when I set up my computer, it probably took me 4 days to just get it back to where I was comfortable in its aesthetic, cable management, and having my mandatory software installed. But yeah, I feel you. Like having somebody that can manage all my stuff would be nice, but then it would take me months to like get them up to speed on how I like things managed and where stuff is, because you wouldn't believe the number of plugins, files, different versions of the programs, and etc. that I have on my computer. If you look at my 3D model folder. Okay, now why did that happen? Let's select all, intersect faces with selection. Interesting. If you look at my 3D model folder, actually, what I can do is just copy this and group it, and then Control A, deselect that and this, and delete. There we go, explode. I'll even pull it up. Let's see, this PC, this is only, all these are cloud drives, but they're on my son's PC set up as a server, which since I gave him that PC, I left all these drives in it, but that it's not on right now. So my main cloud server is showing up. If I go to 3D objects, can I see what the size of this is? Expansion, 3D objects, properties. It's already at 500, 600, 700 gigs, 800 gigs, 900 gigs, 1 terabyte of 3D models, 1.06 terabytes for just that folder. Got a Clode 3D, Marvelous 3D, some GIS folders, Sketchfab, Telegram. Okay, so this is what I wanted. And how thick is that supposed to be? That I do not remember. I think it's 1/16 though. It's 1/32. We're just gonna go with 1. Let's see what 1/16 looks like. The only other thing I forgot to do, so let's group this, go into a Control-Shift-H to hide. Let's make this big again. Control-A and just Shift-Deselect all this. Because we're going to smooth those edges. And this is important when you're working in Unreal Engine and you want faces to render smooth. It's going to, oh, I see something that I need to get rid of. too. When you render those faces smooth, Unreal Engine can recognize that in SketchUp. But if you have a single line inside of that section that's supposed to be smooth, it'll render as a line in your geometry. Now, this is at such a small scale that a lot of what I'm doing is extremely unnecessary. But a quick way to get the design in here and then be able to take it and upload it to Fab, Sketchfab, or some other marketplace later. Having that higher detail and intention is going to be good in the long run. So I can now right click and weld edges. Now let's go find those edges that we need to delete. And let's do a little quick quality control check. Everything is looking pretty solid. Let's push that out. Oh wait, looks like we got a line up here. All right, so what I can do is delete this and this, and then triple click that, delete it, draw a new line here, and it gives me the same thing. So let's intersect faces with selection. What? Bull. Okay, let's just do a move. And double click this group, Control A, delete, whoops, Control A, delete, and explode. Now, what? No way. Houseway, you ain't got the answers. Oh, I think I know what it is. You ain't got the answers. Y'all remember that iconic Kanye West interview? Okay. It is smoothed. But makes me wonder if I could just draw a line here. If it's gonna keep it separated. Okay, well, do it then. Do it then. Let's just grab her like that. Weld edges, and let's do that push again. So I like to have certain curved edges and flat edges welded together. And that's what I look for, to where all those additional lines are hidden. I'm gonna push that out at 1/32. And let's do a push from here to there, and then duplicate that push. Can't push this one because one of my lines is softened. All right. And I think that will do exactly what I want. That will be exactly what I want. Now the question then becomes, let's grab a line here, and then use that as a reference for here. Now the distance, from here to here is 1/8, so I need an 1/8 inch line. And now it would be really cool if SketchUp implemented a follow me type of tool to make it easy to bend this mesh just by using a reference line. Come on, Trimble. I know y'all are listening. All right, let's close that. Double click this. Group, Control Shift, paste, move down. All right. Now there's a way that I can do this in Unreal Engine as well. Some bending and modeling tools. But we're gonna attempt to, let's see, this just needs to be a group to use this tool that we downloaded. Now here's the line. It says please select the single line that lies on the red axis. Okay, let's weld this. Have a single group of component blend shape selected before activating the script. Is red supposed to be up or something? Let's find out. I don't know, man. It doesn't look like this tool is doing what I needed to do. All right, let's go to the shape bender page. Feels like it has to be curved or something. If that's the case, I can easily just chamfer this. Single straight line first. Okay, weird. Well, that's what I selected. I guess the tool ain't, this isn't the tool for me. All right, y'all, we're just gonna do this a more simplified way and not try to make it look exactly how we want it to be. And this might be a better way to approach this. For now. Free cookie if you know what I'm doing. So I was hoping I can do something more procedural. Hold up. Why were there two meshes? Don't know. Say it ain't so, I will not go. Right click, orient faces, and that didn't even do what I needed to do. What? Oh, is that the inside? You are so dumb, as that girl said in that viral video. You are so, oh, never mind, that was a guy, my bad, dude. You are so dumb. Oh boy. Okay then. Let's just close these boxes up. And do a push. I'm not gonna lie, I absolutely despise of this method. It is extremely amateur. But Who's keeping tabs? Who's keeping tabs? Yeah. Splitting and rotating. Boy. Goofy behavior. That's all I'm gonna say about that. It's absolutely goofy. Control Shift H, and let's see how we can scale this. It's at 1. Let's put it to 1.13. Okay, let's do the same thing for this. Shift H. Okay, 1.13. And let's see what we end up with. You know what? I'm not mad at it. I actually like that quite a bit. So real quick, we're gonna do the Buster method for modifying and cutting. Group Control X, double click into this. Actually, no, it's already in there. Control Shift Paste and Tools, Solid Tools, Subtract. And then all I have to do is move this from here to here. Now I believe that was my line. It should be kind of close to the inside, and I probably am off by a little bit. So let's see. Let's move it again to here. Yep. And then all I have to do is draw a little rectangle anywhere and push that rectangle into the appropriate place. So we're going to say to here. Group it, and if this is a solid, I should be able to just do a simple tools, solid tools, subtraction. And now I can go grab all 3 of these, and then we'll do tools, solid tools, union. Okay, escape, right click. Well, let me grab everything in here, delete it, explode this. And if I wanted to add a significant amount of detail, I could scale this whole thing up by 10, bevel all the edges, and then scale it back down, and you would have a very high poly 3D model. But I think from the distance that the character is going to be, I can keep a low poly version and then go back and create a high poly, or, you know, switch between a low and high poly mesh with an LOD. I'm not going to do all of that today, but I think that is pretty much the design that I'm looking for. It's equilateral, whatever the word is. It's symmetrical, and it gives me the exact design that I wanted without bending the little circles around the corner. Is not too high poly, and from here it's gonna look really nice when the lights are shining through the geometry onto the walls. It'll be a pretty good little sight. So this gets duplicated twice. There's a top and a bottom, so it's 14 3/4 inches tall, which means what I need to do is, let's click in here and explode this. Draw another reference line up 14 3/4. I can go into this and just move it by duplicating it upwards. Same thing here. Go into this mesh, move by this top corner right here, constrain it upwards, and we still have only 2 meshes. And that gives us our like higher detailed part of the design. It's all right. It looks all right. So let's bring this back over here. Can I zoom into this? Let's open this image in a new tab. There we go. And then let's go back and open this one in a new tab. Now those circles are a little bit wider, and I don't know, maybe they are kinda the same. It could be my field of view. But I'm not complaining about it. I want something that just looks good enough. That gives me the correct dimensions for the whole fixture. All right, so 6/16. Let's grab a line right here. Okay, let's move it. All right, let me take these two, and I'm gonna move them in. Actually, these by 1/32. What? And do the same thing over here, just to give it a little bit of irregularity in the geometry. Then I can go and grab basically all of these and then give it a nice little bevel. So let's see what 1/32 looks like. Can it handle generating that? Yes, it can. Can we kick it? Yes, we can. And there's always a little bit of an issue at the top. So I won't do any of the bevels until I get the whole model completed. But let's see, group. It's gonna look good once I do that. It's also possible that that needs to go in as well, so I'm going to go ahead and change that. Bring that in. It's going to be pretty. Going to be looking pretty good. Okay. Escape, draw me a nice little rectangle right here, push her out, and group it. We need to figure out how far this needs to be. It was, there's circle 10/16. Yeah. So let's move this. And copy it. This one was inside, I think. Looking back at my photo references real quick. This one was inside at the top, I believe. Double click on this one, Control X, go in here, Control Shift Paste, so it's all inside of one group. And actually I can Control A, Control X, and click into this, Control Shift V. If I hide everything, you'll see what's in the one group. All right, so that's in a group, and then this is in a group. Purge, save, just to make sure that we have everything. I'm not gonna go like all in on some of the detail, but at least to get the general shape of this thing will be nice. So let's grab a rectangle, draw from the bottom of this corner to the top of this one. It looks like we have a 10/16 gap, but we need to figure out again what the thickness was, 1/4. So let's bring this in 1/4, and then we'll do a 10/16. So delete that, and then 1/4 again. Delete that. I'm not gonna give it some crazy amount of detail. We're gonna make sure it looks kind of nice. Let's grab a quick reference line. As well as another one. And we just want to make sure these are centered. This thing does look like, what is my field of view? It looks too tall. Could I measure it backwards? Be right back. All right then. Easy way to replicate this would be to draw a triangle. And just flip it. So I'm going to do that on both parts. Grab that line, use the mirror tool, control, grab both of the lines, use the mirror tool again, control, and that does not put it where it needs to go because we didn't use the middle of, I see. So I think I can mirror. A simple fix would be control, and let's mirror it on this surface, and then just move it up into position. Then you just push pull. Very nice. And again, with another quick reference line. You always want to make sure your back faces are closed. Because if light shines through the backside of a face, because you accidentally leave it open, or I mean when you leave a face open like this, light will absolutely shine through the back of it. In Unreal Engine. All right, I'll take it. It looks okay. It looks kind of good. So again, you gotta remember to keep everything in groups. So next, I'm actually gonna push this one down just a hair. Say, and then draw ourselves a rectangle on top. And move it down 1/32. And let's see, how do we want to push it up? How much is that? 1/8. I could go for that. Now, honestly, I have an idea for how I want to do this, but this needs to be a square. So actually what I'll do is I'll select everything and deselect this line, delete, rotate, control, and do one of these numbers. Yeah. And I need to figure out the profile of this, which, let's move the whole thing down. Okay. The thickness, this needs to go up 1/4 of an inch. Okay. Let's delete that. I'm gonna start in the center. Go up a little bit, go up again, 1/4. Big on my reference lines. So this one's Okay, so a couple things that I noticed. Oh. Yeah, this is actually, I think this is actually right. Because if you look at the design, it's pushed to the back towards the wall, but I think it's centered on the width of the sconce, if that makes sense. So this is like a square on top with another square kind of indented into it, and then it curves into the top, and it needs to wrap around the design as though the sconce was a square, although it's more of a rectangle shape. So we're going to use it as though it's a square, and then just cut the back of it off. Right? So it might not make a lot of sense just yet, but bear with me. Let's figure out which one of these. I think it's a 2-point arc. It's not going to let me do it, is it? What the helly? Okay. Here's what I will do then. Really? Okay. Scale it up 10. Sure, we won't have any issues this time. SketchUp has a few limitations, but we deal with it. Probably should have grouped that first. That basically gives us what we want. Explode. So when you have an issue trying to draw something at a really small scale, let's weld, you need to scale it up times 10, draw what you're trying to draw, scale it back down, but times 0.1. So let's do a Q, copy. Actually, we want to draw a line here and not copy it. What we're building is a profile from the side view. We're not going to make it as perfect as it can be, but we'll make it look nice enough. Nice enough to get the job done. This one comes in. Let's just eyeball it. Let's say to about here. And then we will use yet another 2-point arc. But I need another line. So let's draw just a quick reference line there, draw a line here, and 2-point arc from this point to here. And let's see if we can get it. Honestly, I think it's arcs. I think the arc is a lot less than that. We're not chasing perfection, but we're gonna make it look kind of nice. Yeah, it does kind of have that little tight roll off. All right, so I do want to move this, let's say, to about here. And we're not gonna make this a twin, but it's gonna look nice enough to where from a distance, like, you get all the detail that you need. Let's weld these edges. I'm gonna delete this and this. And I can now go in here and add a little bit of a curvature to this. So let's weld, and then let's see about doing a chamfer. Good enough. Good enough. Yep. And then we're going to grab all those, right click, weld edges. And that's not bad. Now let's do another chamfer here. Okay. Which means I can now delete this interface. Let's weld these edges. Oops. I don't want to weld that. Weld. And select everything, deselect what I want to keep, move this up. And then I'll give this a chamfer as well. It's going to be a small one. 1/16 is probably good enough. And then we'll scale the whole thing up by 10 before using the follow me tool. Weld those edges. Okay, and then we'll scale up. Let's see here. From the center. Alright, here goes nothing. Alright, that didn't work. Something is slightly off. It could be this. I think I know what to do. Let's take this and scale it take this, move it, or just draw a line here. All right, let's try this one. Yeah, boy. Just what the doctor ordered. SketchUp ain't ever gonna tell you where you messed up. But I will. Although my edge is looking rather funny. I don't know that we're going to have the edge that we want. I'm going to have to break this up into 2 parts. I think I know how to do that. But first, let's just scale it back down and see. Yeah, that's pretty much what we wanted, minus the outer edge. This outer edge right here. But that's okay. If I go to Tools or View, Hidden Geometry, what I can probably do is cut this into pieces. Or do a, let's get rid of this. I got an idea. Trusty old rectangle. Push. Let's go to okay. All right, watch this, y'all. Group, tools, solid tools. We'll see if this works. If this is a solid, it should be. Perfect. Now let's do another rectangle. And you know, it's easy to understand like how the geometry in SketchUp works when using something like solid tools. Let's group and tools, solid tools, intersect. And then we can fix our issue later. All I have to do now is bring this back out, and then we can sorry, brain fart. Bevel those edges later. All right, see that what I did there? It's got to be scaled, maybe. And we can just, you know, eyeball this part. It's not got to look perfect because from the player perspective, you won't ever see this anyways. And what I would normally do here is I would pull the whole mesh down. So let's say that this is exactly where we want it. I would pull the entire mesh down as a duplicate, just about to where I would want it to be cut. I'll go into the second mesh, and we're going to give it a 1/16 push on each side, and then maybe on the back side I can just cut it. So grab another rectangle, we'll go from here to here, push it out 1/16, and then push it back and push it up, triple click, group, and then with that selected, I'm going to select the second mesh that I had duplicated, and then do a tools, solid tools, subtract. And then with the subtracted mesh selected, I can now subtract. I think I can keep it selected. Yes. And then click on the mesh that I want to subtract it from, and that'll give me the impression that it's like a solid object. That's what I care about. I want solid objects, but I want that detail in there too, because inside of there is supposed to be a bolt that holds that top part in. I'm not going to design that right now. I'm just going to get the sconce designed, and I'll bring it into Unreal Engine just so that we can preview what it looks like with actual light bulbs inside of it. And then we're going to connect it to a blueprint so that we can interact with it. The only thing that I'm missing now are some of the interior details and the glass panels. So I'll go ahead and create a couple of meshes for the glass, and they're going to sit on the inside here, and I'll give them a little space away from my little metal pieces. So I'll just draw a rectangle from this point here, push it up to there, and then we're going to push it back. I'm not sure how much, but let's go in there a little bit and see if we can get in there. So what do we need to do? At 30? Oh no, there we go. Can't tell how far off we are. Unless I come in on this side. So another thing I can do is probably just push it downward so I can get a better visual. All right. I see something I need to fix real quick. Straight lines. Okay, go back into that glass mesh. And I should be able to just, well, I can mirror it. So let's just draw a temporary line here. Out, down, triangle. And mirror tool, control. Double click this. Or triple click and triple click, control or just G to group. And now we have our glass panes. And they're thick. So we got our glass panes, got all the detail on the sides and the bottom and the top. It's smoothed out, it's pretty. I'm gonna move this whole mesh. Let's grab another, actually no, all I have to do is move it from the center here along the green axis to the origin, and red axis faces forward, blue axis faces upwards, and then green is sideways. All right, so this is the orientation that it needs to be when we get inside of SketchUp, or I'm sorry, Unreal Engine. So what I'll do is I'll create a reference line on the red axis and another on the green axis. so that when I click into these groups, I can Control-Shift-H to unhide and Control-Shift-A to add or adjust my axes. So red forward, green sideways, which automatically puts blue upwards. Double click into another group, Control-Shift-A. And we won't name anything just yet, any groups, any of the pieces or components, until we reach the end of the project where we're ready to export everything. And this one. So Control-Shift-A. I like the axes for all of the meshes for one like item to be the same when I import it into the engine. The only time that I don't want that is if I'm importing something like a door that has components where, you know, the doorknob might need to be on a different axis than the door and the hinges to the door, because the door and the hinges are going to swing off of one axis, but the doorknob itself will rotate on a different one. So I will want those to have independent axes. The doorknob needs to be on the axis that the center of the hinge is on, or not the doorknob, the door itself, like the frame of the door. That way I can attach the doorknob to the door and give them some independent constraints so that the actual knob spins with the door on the door's hinge, but the hinge itself should have positioning at its own center points, as well as, you know, different components that would attach to the hinge. Well, I'm sorry, not the hinge. I keep saying the hinge. The doorknob should have its own axes, but things like the little metal plate that goes on the side of the door where the latch like pops out of, I would connect that to the axes of the doorknob, if that makes sense. So, you know, I try to design my components to where all the parts are separated. So if I go over to Unreal Engine, let's turn on structure. It's one of the mistakes I made this time, but as you can see, I have hinges, and actually I'll go to this one here, and I probably need to change my material, but I have fairly realistic details in here. Fairly realistic. No character is ever going to get close enough to see that the screws are separated, so I didn't go out of my way to make the screws, like to kind of detach the screws and make it look like there's geometry in there, which there is. All right, you can see the little screw bit in there. And I model all this with the same way that I'm doing this project in SketchUp is how I did all of this. I just went and like took a look at it, took a tape measure or a little metal ruler over to it, measured all the little bitty components, kind of figured how big the gap was for the little plate right there, as well as the separation from the plate to the inside of the wooden door itself. All right, so model all these components individually, use Boolean operations to slice out, you know, the little part of the screw, and use the follow me tool to get the profile of the doorknob, and, you know, kind of create this instead of using SolidWorks or some other tool where you can like actually use geometry scripts. I just use SketchUp's follow me tool, and it got the job done enough to where once I brought it into SketchUp, I could easily use the built-in tools to animate these. Same is true with this. Like all these components are separate. So if I were to kind of clip in here, can't really see it from here, but You know, there's some real components in there. Real lock mechanisms. Unnecessary amount of detail. But if I go and put this on Fab Marketplace and somebody's looking for that unnecessary amount of detail, it'll be worth the $5 to $15 that they will spend on the product. Now, I think we have a little bit of an issue with like the iPhone camera's field of view and the field of view in SketchUp. It looks almost proportionally off, but those are the accurate measurements. It looks longer, like elongated, but it looks good. And I think this is a good starting point. So let me go ahead and let's figure out from my photos. There's potentially an opportunity for me to download the rest of what I might need for this. Potentially. I'm not certain how far down that goes, and I think it goes up to about here. So let's go here to here. I'm gonna move it away from the wall just a little bit. Push it out to here. Bring this down about halfway. And the rest of the detail like really doesn't matter. I don't need to add any extra detail on the back of this since it's going to be in the wall anyways. We'll group it and let's see if there's anything that I can attach this to. What's that part? Probably this. So let's grab it all, Control X, go into this group, Control Shift hide, Control Shift paste, and let's just make sure it's not touching anything. That way it's all one solid object. Now I need to push it in just a little bit. So let's push, figure out how far. I don't know, but it doesn't need to be much. So 1/4 would probably do it. And the way that light is going to bounce in the scene is probably going to be very nice. I can go ahead now that I have my origin set up for most of this, and select it all, scale it. We're going to go from the center, I think, and then do 10. And click into each group and then start the process of creating some beveled edges. Control Shift hide. Music like this really makes me miss the 90s. All right, and I want to say, let's see what 1/8 looks like. 1/4. 1/4. 1/4 is probably pretty good. Let's go ahead and give it a 1/4 bevel. All right, so exit out of there. We'll do the same thing up here, except I want to see if I can independently give these two different bevels. So let's try 1/2. 1/4, 1/2, 3/4. And then again, we'll do this edge. So error occurred in the Ruby console. 1/4. 1/2. Nope. All right, that's good enough. It doesn't need to be a crazy amount of detail. I'll take it. Now, same thing for this. I'll probably bevel the whole thing. All at once. 1/4 is probably good enough. Okay, this one a much smaller bevel. If we can, this might not work, but it's worth trying. Let's see, 1/16. I don't know. Seen you an image. I couldn't work on it the entire time, but sketched up some rough shapes. Heck yeah. Dude, you should start doing some Unreal Engine stuff, like making some basic geometry and creating your own environments in the engine. That looks great. That looks amazing. Start making videos. I mean, just make random stuff. Get OBS, start making videos, and just design random stuff. Find stuff in your room or on the internet that you want to. I started with architecture, and I just liked buildings. Like, I found pictures of some building on the internet one day, and I said, you know what? I don't have measurements or anything. And I did try to look for something that, like, somebody uploaded some floor plans, but I just found a building and just took my best judgment, downloaded a couple doors and people to use them as a reference for how big openings and things should be, and just guesstimated. And I created a damn near exact replica of the picture of a real place that I saw. It was very nice. Let's see, 1/8. That looks good, man. This operation cannot be interrupted. Oh, look at how nice that looks. Apply. Let's save before some stupid shit happens. Now, I don't know if we can bevel this. I'll give it a shot. Hey, I just posted some stuff on Reddit one day, and now I have people asking me how much is it going to cost to make a SketchUp model of their theme park. And a medical facility was like, or an architectural firm hired me to put a medical facility proposal in the context of Memphis. And I quoted them $30,000, but gave them a discount since they were actually doing a proposal to try to win a bid for a project that they wanted to make money on. So I made $10,000 in 35 days. All because I posted something on Reddit that I was working on for fun. And it got my bills paid for 6 months. Or however long, I don't know how long it was, but yeah. Just start putting stuff out there, and you don't have to be amazing. Somebody might see it and say, hey, can you do my logo like that? Let me see how I want this to look. Let's give it a 3/4. This is super sharp. But maybe I can, at the very least, let's just try it and see what happens. First, I'm going to save just in case we get a crash, because this one might be a lot to compute. It's going to throw an error because we got this set to 3/4. I knew that wasn't a new voice. All right, let's see. How low can we go? Dang, 8 3D printers. Hey man, if you ever need some 3D work, holler at your boy. Mainly do injection mold tooling design, mechanical engineering, concept development, prototyping, mainly for plastic components. One CNC machine, a scanner. Oh yeah. Oh man, all the stuff you're doing absolutely needs to be streamed. Oh. What's up, buddy? My son's here. Let me see. What up, little man? Let me see what you got. Yes, sir. Right in the middle. Let's see. You know what? We didn't vote on which mascot you want to use. Just gotta sign up for Shepherd's program. Stone have engaged parents and cool.
This is a jet airplane that has a red fire coming out because it's going speeding fast in the air.
Oh yeah. a jet airplane that has fire coming out. It's one airplane. Nice. Oh, and those are the jets, the turbines.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, dude. Look at my boy. All right. And spooky numbers.
Dad?
Count to 20.
Okay.
Just count.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
13, 14.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Okay, you gotta always remember number 15. Guess what?
What?
You can have your ice cream sandwich.
Okay.
And then you can play on
My computer?
for a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't want to.
You got tissue at your computer. Yep. He's just dude, he plays my old computer I used to upgrade. His has two 2080 Ti's in it, 22 gigs of VRAM. So he pretty much plays whatever games are in my Steam library that are interesting to him. Lately it's Minecraft, Roblox, Paw Patrol, Hot Wheels, Monster Trucks, BeamNG Drive. Okay. I wonder if this is gonna work. This is a lot of geometry to generate, but we're gonna try it. And you're gonna have to change it to auxiliary. It's on Bluetooth, which isn't connected to anything. No, never mind. I'm not gonna bevel this. Unnecessary. Although the geometry, it would look nice. There you go. Good job.
Why does it always need to be on
Auxiliary?
Yeah.
That means that it's plugged directly into the computer.
Can I eat one bit of it?
Of what?
My ice cream?
Well, you should eat the whole thing, because if you don't, guess what's gonna happen?
What?
It's gonna melt.
No?
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna melt.
So how about I eat it while I play the game?
No, just eat it first, so you don't get your controller and everything dirty. Can you do that? And then you're gonna have to wash your hands, of course. All right, let's go view hidden geometry. Sometimes when we do this, it'll create some artificial lines and faces, but generally an easy fix. And it'll create some holes. And I don't like holes in my geometry. Now, I don't care so much about topology. Because we're not animating or creating any type of like blend shapes or anything like that with this. So E. Or subdivisions. Like, I'm not trying to subdivide anything. I'm not worried so much about triangle counts. Most of this is for architectural visualization. Now, if I wanted to get more professional, then I would just go into Blender.
Why sometimes it says power on auxiliary?
Auxiliary?
Yeah.
That just tells you what it's connected to when you turn it on. Wouldn't you want to know that? What, you don't want to know what the speakers are connected to? Okay, that's why it does that. Send you a picture of my setup. I have multiple monitors. She sits here playing her games while I just do CAD. Oh yeah, dude. I would love to know more about some of the work you do. I've not done any. No, I'm talking to someone else. I've not done any 3D printing, but I would love to take a basic 3D model of downtown Memphis and create a printable version that I can then sell, which I think would be awesome. All right, let's see. We got a few issues in here that we got to deal with some geometry that was just randomly created.
Dad, did you know it's going to be windy today?
Did I know it was going to be windy?
Yeah, it's going to rain and storm and be windy.
No, I didn't know that. Let's see. Do you have the model? I don't have it in any format that I could send it right now. It's all inside of Unreal Engine. And there's a lot of work that I would need to do to it to get it optimized, or I guess optimized would probably be the best word, because it's like very high poly and tons of unnecessary stuff that I would have to export an entire Unreal Engine project to get it to you, or go do some reverse engineering and create some more optimal LODs so that I can export it into a basic 3D format. Take it to the kitchen, and yeah, to the kitchen. Don't touch anything because you got whatever that stuff is called on your hands. But no, it's all built directly in Unreal Engine, using the built-in modeling tools. I think the best route to go to get something like that to you is to convert some of the dynamic meshes to static meshes, then combine a bunch of the meshes, because it's like 20,000 meshes. And I would probably need to either export different areas of the city one by one, because Unreal Engine can handle it like a charm. But when I've tried importing that whole city into other projects, the whole computer hung up. Like, it just sat here. I let it sit here for damn near 12 hours to see if it would just process the whole thing as a FBX or a GLTF or whatever it's called. How was it, baby? Yep. Good.
Daddy,
What's up, bud?
can we play together?
Not right now. You know why?
Why?
I'm asking you. Do you know why?
No.
What's the reason that I would say that we can't play together right now?
Oh, because you have to work.
Yeah, I'm working on something. And I'm live.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I got you later today, though. Sound good? What are you gonna play? What game are you gonna play? Roblox?
Why did you do this? Look.
No, just push X. That's, what is this? Edge? I can't stand Windows. Windows just tries to force feed you stuff that you say you don't want. I wish I knew, bud. I don't want anything about Copilot in my browser.
Oh, look! Look what came out.
What is that? What monster is that?
And look, this.
I saw it. I saw the picture of it, but what is it?
The moon.
The moon.
Yeah, this. Look.
Looks interesting. Looks fun, buddy. Alright, what's happening here? These unnecessary lines, I guess. So be it. And goodbye. Alright, so a little bit of model cleanup. I don't know. It depends on what you're trying to do. Can you turn the speakers down? Thanks, buddy.
Do I press now? What do I have to do now? What do I have to press? This is in my way.
Push the green button. The big one. Yep.
That's me right there.
Huh?
That's me right there. Because that's me. That's not even something fast. And you even one faster than me.
With stamina?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Whoa! I found something.
Alright, y'all, so I am probably going to mute my mic so that he can play. And then I'm going to finish this design, and I'll be back on the microphone in a little bit. I think I might have measured something wrong. But it's not bad. Looking pretty good. So what I'll do real quick is we'll find this in the details panel. I could convert this to a blueprint, which is what I think I'll do since it's already at the world origin. And I'll do that by selecting the blueprint button up here, convert selection to a blueprint class, and then we're going to select child actors, harvest components actually, and this should be in the folder that all the assets live in. And instead of it saying blueprint at the end, we're just going to preface this with BP underscore and select. Now this should be a blueprint class, which opens up a blueprint window. And we're just going to copy this, Control C or Control X to cut it. And we're going to eyeball this for now. We're going to eyeball the whole thing just to get it in here. And I know that this needs to be on, let's see, second to last. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the 8th stairs. So second to last.
This isn't funny.
So it needs to be about right here. So edit, paste here. The other, that feels really big. We're gonna put here. Rotate it. Can you turn your speakers down a little bit, Zeppelin? Thank you, buddy. It's a little loud. Thanks, bud.
It's not funny.
Do you think am I laughing at you?
Yeah.
What am I laughing about? I didn't feel myself laughing. Oh, now you're gonna act like a baby. So let me try to copy the settings of these rectangle lights. I think it needs to be point lights, but I'll have to go turn it on to see.
Do you see I'm swimming?
No, baby, I'm not paying attention to you right now. I'm working on something completely unrelated to what you're doing. I'm gonna add a just add a point light. For now. And we're going to set it to lumens and 0.1 and then let's figure out what the color is. We're just going to copy this. What game are you playing now, buddy?
This game club.
You swimming?
Yeah.
Cool. So maybe let's try 0.25. Now I can go ahead and actually get rid of these rectangles, but I kind of like what they look like. We're gonna, there's nothing really to reflect these light sources, but I'll go ahead and set the source to 0. The what is it called? Source radius, source radius, source length.
Daddy.
What is it called? Another brain fart. Shoot. Let's search scale. Specular scale to 0. Since we don't want them to show up in any reflections, any actual light source that we do put in here at some point, we will want to show in the reflections. So I know there's one in the center, and then there are 2 more. So let's copy, paste, and paste. This one will do
Look what I found. I didn't know I had the same thing as on the TV.
set this one to negative. Well, now you know where they all come from. It kind of starts to make a little more sense, doesn't it? All right, so I can delete these. And then really start to kind of direct what my lighting needs to look like. Based on the feedback in the viewport.
I can't get this.
Alright, attenuation is a little bit crazy, so maybe let's set them back to 1000. Soft source radius. Alright, let's focus on one at a time, and then we can copy. Source radius, got it. It is supposed to be very small. I'll make it a little bit longer. Doesn't need a massive amount of attenuation. Let's see what 0.5 looks like. And 1.
This guy isn't going.
We'll go 0.5. So let's copy the attenuation onto all of them. 1.6 and 3.2. Alright, let's see what this looks like in the scene. It's not bad, but this is a good starting point for now, I Let's copy this one, right click, edit, paste here, and rotate it. And let's see what the height is. Copy, paste. I would imagine this needs to go up a little more. The top of the staircase. We'll add some more detail to it later. Now, switch logic. I need the blueprint for this switch, Control E. I need the blueprint for one light, Control E. And I need the blueprint for this light.
The Lego track and it goes right here.
Awesome, bud. Alright, so light flush uses the interface is on off, so status. We're going to go to class settings, add a class, and search status. I created this device status class, so I'll do a video on that for anyone that wants to learn how. I think I can get rid of this and this. That way we go back to light flush. We've got our point light, set visibility, and set material. Can't really use the material option yet. We can go ahead and copy the visibility. Might be able to go ahead and just copy both of them over. Copy, paste.
Why? Why do people do that to me?
Hey Zeppelin, remember when we talked about complaining? Okay, let's not, alright?
Every time people hit me,
Material.
it tells me to say no or yes.
Okay,
And that's rude.
okay.
Why do they challenge me to do that a lot?
Not sure. It's not my game. I don't have the answers. Alright, now I'm going to disconnect this node. Break the link here, and we will add point light 1 and point light 2. Connect these to their target. Let's see, set visibility is new visibility, propagate to children, not a new visibility. We're gonna save and compile that. Flush. Maybe light switch 3, so that is a 3 sconce switch. And we are looking for, target is light 2, light 3. Set the emissive material on index 1.
Why does it keep doing this to me?
You know what? That can be 0, I think. Which means we just set this one back to 0 as well. Play a different game if you're getting frustrated. Okay? So target is emissive, light flush LED, point light. I guess I gotta get rid of this, so let's break this link. As well as this one. Light 1 2 3, point light 1 2 3. Set material on the light switch. Set material on. The target light event is on.
Off my thing.
Boom, boom, boom. Everything is looking good. I think this is all we need to change. What are we missing here? Can this just not be... Okay. Okay, I think I need to change this to sconce. So stairs.
Why did that guy put his thing right there?
No idea, bud. Stairs. Okay, I need to change the... Uh-oh.
Every time I stop right here.
1, 2, 3. I don't think I have any other switches in the scene that use the same logic. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's take a look real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 and 4, 9, 4, 2, 9. All right, so I think it's safe to modify this. Therefore, we need to change this to stair. BP stair sconce. Object reference, change variable type, and it's going to sweep the project to index it. What do you think is going on right now? Can you get out of your car? Out of your cart? Revive back to where you were?
That's not fair.
Well, you got stuck behind somebody, so everybody was just crashing into each other. I don't think how fair it is really makes a difference. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you notice like everybody else probably felt the same way you did. What?
This. To go backward.
You can't. You're supposed to go down a hill until you get to the end. And whoever is in front of you going to... Oh, is that what you mean? To go backwards like that?
No.
Oh, you mean to go in the other direction, right?
Yeah.
I don't think you can. Because you're going down a hill. And that car doesn't have like an engine. Can you move left and right? It just goes down by itself. You can push the green button to boost, but I think you have to press select. You reach the end. Yeah. Press select. Oh, never mind, you didn't. You weren't going fast enough. If you press select and you go down to the green button, it should boost you to make you go a little bit faster.
That's so fast.
Oh man, that's pretty cool.
Why every
Woo.
time I try to die like that, it keeps doing that?
Don't know. Don't know, buddy.
Why?
Commercial grade, man. Travis, you're gonna have to tell me what that is. Samadori.
My car keeps flipping over. That's not fair.
Are you the only one that does that too?
What?
Are you the only, or is your car the only one that flips over like that?
Yeah.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to get rid of some things. So let's delete this, this, and this. Pull this out, and we'll go point light. Get point light 1, 2, point light 1. And then let's connect here and here.
Play, please.
Let's get another point light.
Please play.
1, 2, and then point light 2. Let's hope that this is the. Oh, I see.
There's nowhere.
I see.
Coming from anywhere? What? How? Why isn't that waterfall coming from nowhere?
Oh, okay. I'm just over here confusing myself a little bit. Each of these lights is supposed to target. Yeah, that happens, I think, to many people. Each of these lights is supposed to target a blueprint in the viewport. So I can use the eyedropper tool to target each individual light of the 3. Like, so I have 3 options that I can choose from. That's what a 3 switch fix means. 3 fixtures for this one light switch. But each light that's targeted has to have 3 bulbs in it. So what I'm connecting now are the 3 light bulbs that are going to be responding to the light switch so that their visibility is set on and off. I think this is correct. We're gonna have to see what's missing. I don't know. I guess I'm just gonna have to delete the material or disconnect it. Is it messing up, baby?
Yeah.
It's frustrating you? Well, I'm proud of you for just keeping your composure. I know it's hard. Break this link, save it, and let's go test it out.
You're telling me you just didn't see me magically appear out of that stump with all the lightning and thunder and stuff? You didn't see any of that?
Nose cut off too.
But that sounds amazing. Can I see some of that?
Yeah, I
Uh-oh.
can show you. But that's not how it works.
Okay. Didn't really.
So let's see. 3 set visibility function accessed none. Maybe we got the wrong Lights.
I'm in a
Oh, I know what the problem was. Hold on, baby. Details panel. First of all, let's... How the heck did I get all the way over there? Change my pawn location.
Can I have a jetpack unlocked? Look, I have a jetpack unlocked. See? Right there on the screen? On the bottom?
Mm-hmm. In your inventory?
Yeah.
Very nice. Okay, here's where we messed up. Click on this light switch, and we have to choose the lights in the scene. So let's lock this into the viewport or into the details panel. Click on my light, and then basically we're going to get this light to set this as the blue port that this light, as the blueprint this light switch controls. Now, if we press play,
I'm the Lorax.
let's turn this light off first, and then turn that light off. The only thing that's happening up here is that this is a little close to the top of the mesh, I think. So the sun is shining some light through the mesh, but it works.
Okay, didn't really happen. Oh, I know what you want. I've got one.
So let's set the sky.
There's a wood ray at the top. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know
I
that.
see it. Look.
That's cool, baby. The big yellow thing.
Guardian of the
Okay,
forest.
yeah.
I speak for the trees.
We're going to go on that. There's loop-de-loops on that. On this challenge. You know that?
Nope. Didn't have a clue.
Let's look down there.
That's cool, buddy.
Loop-de-loops. Did you see that?
I saw it when you told me to look, but I'm not gonna keep looking over there, okay? Because I'm working on my own project.
Yeah, I know. I made
Are you
it
having
to the
fun?
finish line.
You having
Now
fun?
I'm going, yeah.
Good.
Well, I have a jetpack unlocked.
A jetpack. How'd you unlock a jetpack?
I don't know. I unlocked it for no reason.
Gotcha.
Or maybe it's just because I'm playing a game that I have played and I unlocked it.
Can you blow your nose, please?
Uh-uh.
All right, you can turn the game off then, okay?
No.
All right, you got to blow your nose. You can't keep sniffing that back up in there.
I want to sniff it.
I understand. That means that you don't want to play that game anymore. Because we do the right thing. We don't do the easy thing. You keep sniffing it in there, guess what? You're going to get sicker and sicker. Hey, Zeppelin. When you get off of that track, what are you going to do? Yes, sir. All right, now. Intensity, there isn't two values. 0.5. 1. Now, what I want to do about this is I want to create, I know one of the reasons why it's not performing. It's not like giving me the attenuation and brightness that I am expecting is because I haven't set the glass material. So let's look in details panel for the glass material. The content browser, I mean, for a glass material. Let's see, content glass material instance, and I'm gonna make my own glass at some point. But let's duplicate this instance. I'm gonna call it MI tinted glass sconce. I'm gonna move that into our bless you. Bless you. Stair sconce folder.
I'm so close. We're being at the end.
When you get to the end, remind me what you're gonna do. What did you say you were gonna do when you get to the end? Okay.
Why did you tell me to put my nose?
Just making sure that you remember. All right, so now I'll go to sconce here in the viewport. Let's F to zoom opener and select our glass material. Apply that glass, and then let's see if we can make it look a lot more frosty. I do have a frosted glass material. The IOR on this joint is crazy though. So let's save and reflection, strength, roughness, tinted glass control, opacity, IOR.
I think I'm almost there. Cause look over there, there's a castle.
Buddy, I'm not paying attention to what you're playing with right now.
Oh, I'm not there.
I'll take a look later though, okay?
That wasn't there.
Alright, so if this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh no, I'm at the finish line.
Alright, adjust the roughness.
Well, I'm going faster on this car. At the finish line again.
Set it to 10, 20, 25, 15, 14, 13, 14. All right. 15 it is.
I'm going on no whale track.
You are.
Which it doesn't have any things on the middle. Look. Look.
I'll take a look later. Okay?
Okay.
Every time I look over there when I'm in the middle of something that requires me to focus, I lose track of what I'm doing.
I'm on a bridge. Look.
Zeppelin, what did I just tell you? You're not listening to me.
I see the finish line. Way up there. I see the finish line.
I really am not sure what the point of this is, and if I can turn it off or not. Doesn't seem like I can. see in there?
There. How do I turn the jetpack on?
You're gonna have to figure that out, buddy. I think you can figure it out, can't you? Nope.
No.
Whatever happened to you being a smart kid? Yeah, that's so strange. It's like giving me this reflective something. I don't know what it is, but something I can figure out a little later. At least we got the, let's say 15. Press control on the keyboard or on the controller and use your controller to move around. Press control again. Alright, press it one more time and now you see. Alright, don't complain. What do? Do we focus on the problem or the solution? The solution. If whatever you're doing isn't working, stop doing it and try something new, okay? Alright. That'll be alright for now. Now the question is, can I change the opacity strength? If so, how much? Now, once we get some actual light sources in there,
We're going so fast. You see that?
yeah, no, I don't see it. I'm not paying attention to that.
Is the train track broken? Oh.
Once I get some actual geometry in there to represent the lights, I think it'll be much easier for me to make these changes and feel a lot more satisfied with how they turn out. But I think that's a pretty good look for now. So in the meantime, until I get to that point, I'll look for bronze material and we'll see if I can just kind of modify some sort of bronze material. So on the frame, let's just add whatever this tampered bronze is and see what it looks like. And the last thing that we would have to do is go and yeah, that too, but I'm talking about this project I'm working on. And let's see. I like that. Let me see what this worn bronze looks like.
I'll just go ahead and do it.
Thank you. I forgot that you were off of the track, right?
Yeah. But I'm on the track now.
Okay. Blow it real good. Worn bronze. Let's do the same thing for detail. And maybe let's see what this one looks like. Slightly different, but still kind of nice. All right, from here, I will, oh yeah, I got to do the top two. So, bronze detail, turn off this, set my time of day hide this mesh. And let's see what we're working with. Let's double click in here since this is a blueprint, go into modeling mode. And then we'll do a project UV, set it to box, auto align fit. And then I like to start with 100 by 100. And what are we adjusting? I can't really tell if this is part of the background or not. Let's set the proportionate dimensions and then scale it some more. So I think we're modifying. It's a small part of this. Very hard to tell. Oh, okay.
Oh, this one turns so fast.
So it's possibly doesn't matter. Let's cancel.
I'm about to win.
And double click on the tempered bronze and the worn bronze. Tempered bronze, let's see if we can change anything about.
Yes, look, I'm the king.
Good job, baby.
Look.
Good job, buddy. But there are gonna be some times where you're not the king, you know that?
Yeah. Look, I'm jumping. See?
No, I don't see. So it looks as though this has a parent scale adjustment for the texture coordinates. And they aren't exposed, so there's nothing I can do about them. UV tiling 1 and 1. I would like to expose this. So let's.
I'm going too high on the face.
Coordinate index tiling 1 and 2.
Look how high am I going?
Let's pull this out. UV tiling and. Huh. All right then, let's see what this does.
I have a ginormous cart that you don't want to see. Look. Ta-da! You want to see? Look. Look.
I see, buddy. It literally changes nothing.
Anyone can sit in this one. Anybody can sit in this car. Nobody can. Some people can, but not all of them.
How many cars do you have attached?
2. I mean 1.
So it's you plus 1 car. So 1 person can sit in there with you.
1, 2, 3 persons.
3 people.
Yeah.
Set this back to UV. Ah, there it is. We were on UV 0. I needed to be modifying UV 1. Let's go 100, 100. And let's just see what that scale looks like.
This is the same playground. Did you know that?
Nope. not sure how I feel about the quality of this material.
Yeah. Look where I am.
But for now, we're just going to set it to 100. And change the metallic amount. So control, project UVs, auto line fit. Uh-oh. Control shift
I can't move.
What did we say about complaining? There's a way that you can reset yourself when you run into those problems.
I can't go though. Please help.
Have you tried every solution?
Now I can't.
Is it a new game?
Yeah. Look what game it is, and I can't move. Oh, I see.
Figured it out, huh?
Yeah.
I figured you would.
No!
Alright, now let's go modify that material. We're probably not gonna stick to this material, but at least get something on there so that we can preview like what this looks like in the scene, and then we'll go and find an appropriate or create an appropriate material later. This one doesn't have all the parameters that I would want to modify like my master material does, but this is just whatever was kind of provided in my content browser from some pack that I must have downloaded. It'll do for now. Let's turn our scene back on. You know, that's not bad for what we've accomplished. And to be seen from a distance by the player.
Dude, wait, I'm the War Axe, guardian of the forest. I speak with the free. So you're telling me you just didn't see me magically appear out of that stump with all the lightning and thunder and stuff? You didn't see any of that?
Yeah,
but that
there's a
sounds
lot to
amazing.
do to
Can
it
I
to
see
make it
some of
look
that?
correct.
Yeah, I can show you. That's not
But
how
at
it
least
works.
it's not just some random light source up against the wall anymore.
I know what you want. I've got one of these for the cutest little
All of
guy
them, though,
ever
I think I
saw.
want to squish them. Because I want it to be a little bit shorter looking. And this is the importance of bringing it all in as a blueprint at the very beginning. So that once it's in here, when you decide to make an adjustment to one blueprint, all of your instances across the scene will update automatically. That's a pretty good look. This is a light that's adjustable, like it dims. It's the same switch type. I must have turned the lights off. Lighting. It's the same switch type, except one of the switches actually has a dimmer to the right side of it that you can pull up or down, and you can set how dim you want it to be from maybe both sides. I don't know. From one of the two switches, I think. You'd have to go up the top of the stairs. That's something I didn't do either. And place and adjust the brightness of these bulbs from the switch up here. I'll set that logic up. There is a door right here that goes up to the main floor, but I'm not going to add all of that just yet. Because I have to add another stair set right here. But since the project is only downstairs and I'm doing a lot of work down here, this will probably be one of the last pieces that I add. Good, Zeppelin, that's what I like to hear. Figuring it out. Because that's what you do, right? Not a huge fan of this tinted glass. Something else that I'll also probably end up changing at some point. Seems like it should be blocking a little bit more light. We have a empty normal, I think. I'm tempted to grab the normal from this wall paint. Let's change the glass tint color. Doesn't appear to have much of an effect. Let's see, glass tinted texture map. No. That's an interesting look, but I don't think it's accurate. Good. You always do that though, don't you? Alright, does that wall paint have a displacement? I don't know if this is gonna work. I don't think it does though. unless you can't displace glass because you can't use nanite. And maybe at some point they will enable that. So displacement does not make sense. It would have to be geometry. But if I could give it some tint, that would be great. It doesn't seem that I can see base color, simple base color. Let's go back to base color AO. Let's change the base color and see if we can. There we go. That's a little closer to reality. That's a little more what I was looking for. Kind of like a dark. All right then. All right, that's much better. Trial and error, especially when it comes to other people's assets. We'll find a better material later, but I think it's safe to say that that looks nice. Hit play.
I'm the Warax.
Kill all the lights. Ah, this is good.
You see this rainbow thing on my tail?
What game are you playing? What do you got to do? Just get past the checkpoints without falling?
Yeah.
That's good for hand-eye coordination. You're holding the controller right too. That's good job, bud. But do you respawn back at the last place each time?
Yeah.
You gotta remember, like, so the left joystick, you gotta stop yourself. Well done. At some point, I'm gonna set up my computer so that it can tether and pass through his feed to my computers, or I'll set up a new computer and stream from that computer so that both of our screens can be on the stream at the same time. That way y'all can, he's gonna be like my TikTok bloat supplier, like just random footage of him playing games the whole time. I kind of like what this lighting is doing. It's super bright. I don't know what's, my walls are super white. I guess I just haven't used this time of day before or something. I don't know what it is. I really got to work on my lighting. The global illumination's not looking too bad.
Daddy, can I play with you now?
No.
Why? I had a really cool thing that we could pretend.
All right.
Thinking of it at school.
Yeah, you're gonna have to let me know when we're done then, okay? When I'm done, okay?
With your stream.
Yeah, with my stream, with work, with making food, with doing laundry.
You have to do all that stuff.
I sure do.
No.
All right, y'all. That's probably all I'm going to do on this one. On my to-do list which it's a long one. Just a few things. I'm going to convert these letters to physics objects. I'm going to put on some physics restraints on them and set them within the bounds of the side of this refrigerator, and allow the user to slide them up, down, left, right, diagonal, like, you know, in any direction except for off of the fridge, and set their collision to where they can't bounce into each other. That way you can arrange the letters how you want. The problem is I have not implemented any type of save state. So whatever you spend all your time doing, whether it's on the refrigerator or some like whiteboard, magnetic whiteboard, I don't know that I'm ready to implement any type of save state just yet. That's probably going to be the very last thing that I do, so that the player can have different states that they can load into memory. I want to be able to change the time of day with the slider in the scene. Most likely with something that's built into a UI element on, you know, the Amazon Echo, for example, to where I can kind of zoom in and then click on something to change the time of day. Let's think. I got the refrigerator and freezer set up to where I can add items. Onto the shelves. Not right now, baby. See if I can just throw it in there. There we go. Now my collision is not set up appropriately for the refrigerator doors. It's just one collision block. And this was all just designed so that I could test to see if any of this would actually work. And lo and behold, I figured it out. The refrigerator mesh came from Sketchfab. It was not supposed to be animated or interactive. And it came in 1,000 parts. So it's not an optimal game mesh, but I don't want optimal game mesh. The game meshes. What I want is to be able to bring in these complex meshes to say, hey, appliance companies, look what I can do. Instead of trying to approach people who want to buy 3D models, I'm going to approach people who have appliances and products that they might want to bring into Unreal Engine in fine detail with all of their components, and be able to create blueprints with their models so that they can distribute those models to people who are in architectural visualization or use them at trade shows and on their website in these virtual experiences. You go to a trade show, they might not be able to set up 100 different refrigerators. But what you can do is have 100 different refrigerators inside of Unreal Engine in a VR headset, put a QR code on the floor and tether the VR headset or multiple headsets to the trade show booth. And where that large QR is, or you have it somehow set up to track real space so you don't have to rely on the QR. But if you were to scan the QR, the Unreal Engine will place your default refrigerator mesh on that block in this physical space, you know, of the trade show in a 1-to-1 scale inside of your VR headset. So 5 people are wearing 5 different VR headsets. They're looking at the same spot in the trade show. And, you know, let's say it's an Apple Vision Pro. Spatially, the Apple Vision is placing the refrigerator mesh of their choice on that block. And because it's a spatial headset, it can potentially render that refrigerator behind a person that might be standing in the view, which would be like insane. So the person standing in the view, like standing in front of your body, could render in the real world, and then the geometry of the refrigerator mesh would be kind of occluded behind them, right? That way, this person in the VR headset can walk up to the refrigerator next to 4 other people who are looking at 4 different other refrigerators. Good job, buddy. You gonna do it again? Next to 4 other people, like they're all looking at different refrigerators models, but the geometry is complex enough in the scene to where they can interact with every element of the refrigerator. Pull the drawers out, change the settings, open the freezer, watch the production of the ice in the ice bin. You know what I'm saying? So see it in fine detail, and it might seem overwhelming, but if that's the only thing that's loaded into the model, you know, you imagine a VR headset that has a full-on game with an environment, and you got 1,000 assets loaded all at once. One refrigerator with a similar amount of assets, where most of them share the same materials, can probably run really well. And I'm not, it's not just about the refrigerator. It's about people who want to display different TV. This is the future. Like, I don't think anybody really is thinking about it this way, but my goal is to approach these companies and say, hey, you got TV models that you want to show at trade shows that might be a little too big for your booth. And you can set these experiences up to where someone is tethered to a headset and they can place whatever TV they want into the booth and change the size of the TVs, change the different types of TVs. Think about HVAC appliances. Instead of spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to haul that equipment around to trade shows, because it's all big, heavy equipment, you can take one physically accurate model of some HVAC machine that's made out of styrofoam or plastic, put it in there, and have it set up to where these VR headsets can give people an interactive experience so they can look around it, dissect it. And 5 people walking around this one box all at once are looking at 5 different products. So you 5x the effectiveness, and you give this tailored experience, because one person might be there to shop for refrigerators for a new development that, they want a particular type of refrigerator model that's super high end, particular type of range. One person might be there to shop for ranges that are for restaurants, and it might be a different type of range for restaurants. Those 2 people at the trade booth at the same time can have their own experience, and then all those products are built inside of Unreal Engine. That's like where my mind is going. And with something like that, you would think, hey, we have the 3D models. We send you the 3D models. We pay you $50,000 to go and bring these models into Unreal Engine, add the materials and textures as they would be represented in real life, and create these interactive elements that allows for the user to turn the knobs, open and close the range, have the mechanical components respond appropriately. So when you pull the range open, the arms animate like they're supposed to, and then add, audible elements to where when you power the range on, you can hear exactly what it's supposed to sound like in the game. So, that's really what this is meant to demonstrate. And most people's thought process is like, oh, how can I do architectural visualization? It's like, yeah, everybody's doing that. And that's a good point. Sure, you can do architectural visualization. But let's go beyond that. Let's talk about what happens in architectural visualization presentations. People look at stuff and they want to touch it. They don't want to just open doors, see different times of day, look at a bedroom that has a unnecessary amount of lamps turned on. They want to turn chairs around, move furniture through the room. They want to hear stuff. They want to be immersed in the scene and say, this is really cool, but how can I like interact with this more? So that's it. That's all I got for this part of the stream. I'm going to go stream again to Facebook and create a much shorter video. Thank you for tuning in.